Hello there. I am Carol Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to do part 2 of the Cracker Box album quilt. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you that reached out to me. I just had some sniffles the other day and figured you didn't want me sitting here doing a video blowing my nose every 3 seconds. So I went ahead and delayed it for today, which is fine because the coasters video that I was going to do today I can do anytime. I did finish pressing all 36 of my not quite squares yet. And I'm still not crazy about this pattern. I don't like the way they came out. They're not even, it's not my favorite pattern, but we're going to see if we can make it work. In part 1, I pulled out my 4.5-inch square because these are going to need to be 4 inches when they're done. And the only way it's going to work is to use this. And if for some reason a bunch of them decide to be too small, we may have to reevaluate the situation. Maybe make the squares a little bit smaller. I don't know. But now we need to spend the next half hour or so putting the white triangles on the corners of these so that we can get squares, and then a half hour pressing them, because we learned that in the first part that it takes about a half hour to press all 36 of these. So the next hour will be spent preparing or finishing these and turning them into 4-inch squares. Hopefully 4-inch squares. We'll see. All right, that button. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, and I have not changed anything on this machine since last we were together. Still have my straight stitch plate, still have my 1/4-inch piecing foot, universal 70 needle, and my 60 weight cotton thread. And I just have a huge stack of the white squares sitting right here. I'm going to try and do just like I did with the other ones. Try and get them as close to the center as I can. If I had done this where I'd cut them individually using the ruler and all to size, I would have pressed the piece that's got the pattern fabric on it in half so I can get the center, and then matched up the point of my triangle. But because I don't like the way it's coming out anyway, I'm going to be sloppy. First of all, forgot to lower my stitch length. And I want my needle to stop in the down position. There we go. One of my phones that's what I use as my cameras, making a weird noise, and I don't know why, but I guess we will worry about it later. triangle tried to sneak underneath there. That's not good. Silly triangle. They're all trying to, they're not moving along in the train like they're supposed to. so much fun. Definitely would say I wouldn't necessarily want to do one. Now, 36 people seems like a lot of people to write on a quilt, so making it smaller makes sense to me. That being said, I could make this one smaller and make 2 of them if I wanted to. Come on. It's not quite centered. Hold on. That's better. on, triangles. There we go. Last one on this side. Here we go. Whew. Wonderful. I need water. Where's my water? There's my water. Now, let's turn this whole thing around. Come on. Some of them are trying to hide in the back. It's because I kept shoving them around so they'd get out of my way while I was stitching. So now they're like, no, we're gonna stay here. All right, now let's go down the other side. More triangles that want to stay together. All right, let's see here. train all sorted through here. Now, slow down. There we go. Get everything underneath. watch on. Where are we at? Oh, we've met our half hour that I said it would take to sew. So I was wrong. Looks like more like 45 minutes to sew them. After the 45 minutes to sew, it'll take us 30 minutes to press. So then we will be at an hour and 15 minutes into this. And then we're going to have to figure out how to lay them all out. That's probably going to take 15 minutes. I think we'll be able to get this quilt completed today. Which will be good because this is my last Thursday live. I'm going to just do Mondays and Tuesdays live going forward. And then I'm trying to get some other videos posted, but it takes me a while when I'm doing editing because I'm not very good at it. I don't have much practice at it. Oops. Daily fabric. Don't do that. There we go. Come on. Why are you two fighting? There we go. We're getting there. I might have been wrong on that 45 minutes. It might take an hour. Oh. There we go. Come on, there we go. Triangles just want to stay together. Silly triangles. Oops. There we go. Stop it. Oh, we're almost there. We might make the 45-minute mark. It won't be an hour. That's a good thing. last one. And of course it tries to get caught on the toe, on the foot. Whew. And we have 36 squares. Well, we should have 36 squares. We're going to find out if they're actually squares or not here. Actually, I think it's this phone that's vibrating. That's odd. What does this one want? There's my calculator. That's good. Oh, there was an Amber Alert 3 or 4 days ago. And this phone just sits up here usually, so I had never cleared it. No wonder it was vibrating and bothering me. Alright, my little scissors. Clip my tails on my first piece. Which can't get moved. Alright. And make them into 36 individual pieces. Oh, and yep, 11:45. Yep, 45 minutes. Took 45 minutes to do that. Because I don't think I babbled too long this morning. Or this, when we started. I did a little, not a lot. Let's do, where are we focused? There we go. There you go. Now you can see what I'm doing. So I'm separating out each of the squares from the others. Well, that's nice and twisted up, isn't it? Boy, there's a lot of these. And we're not even done cutting yet, because we still have another step before we can go press these. Okay. So I have them all separated into 36 pieces, but you'll notice that they have these little ears on either side. And I'm not going to use these scissors. I use these scissors to clip threads, and they stay sharp that way. If I were to use them for other things like cutting fabric, then they'd start to dull out. And just like my sewing machine being gone for 2 weeks, I haven't found anywhere locally since I've moved that will clean my or sharpen my scissors while I wait. So I'm just going to use these. And cut off my little ears so that everything is, there's no extra fabric behind it's going to be behind the square. Barely any tip on that one. I'm betting these things aren't going to be anywhere near square. I can't imagine that they're going to come out square. But I have to say, doing the video has made me, I guess, kept me accountable. Because I think, in fact, I'm 90% certain that I would have stopped and tossed all of this fabric and not even continued on with this quilt if it wasn't for the fact that I had it scheduled to be on these videos. And it may turn out nice. I don't know. Or at least okay. We're going to have to see. And you're questioning, do I really have to do this, or can I just leave them there? It's your quilt. If you want to leave them there, go for it. But here's the thing. There's going to be a big bump. Because we're not going to push the fabric, we're going to press the fabric. I got to slow down and think about what I'm saying. We're going to press the fabric towards the patterned piece. So down there. And now you'll notice that where these little ears are, there's my ear, there's 4 layers of fabric sticking out. It's not a lot, but there's 4 layers of fabric. And on the front, once you put the batting on it, it's going to like stick out. It's going to stand up. And that's the part that we're cutting out. We're getting rid of that extra fabric because we want to have the least amount of fabric as possible in our seams. So it lays as flat as it can. That's the other reason I lower my stitch length. The stitch length, the closer it is, the less bulky the thread is. And in case you didn't figure it out, once we get these white triangles pressed, we're going to have to do the same thing with their ears. Whenever you do triangles like this, you always got ears. Oh, I thought I had already done that. This one had no ear at all. Which just means it's not going to be square at all. Last one. Woohoo! Alright, let's see here. Garbage can. Still got fuzzies. Hate fuzzies. Alright. There we go. So I'm going to do one, And then I'm going to see how bad they really are, because I'm dying to know. You warm up. I need water. I switched to my bigger cup, thinking that I would drink more water, because I hate leaving you all and going and filling my water cup. So I've pulled out the bigger one. And I'm right, I'm going to drink more of it, but the problem is I'm going to run out of water still. I think I put 32 ounces in there, which is good, because according to whatever app I have, it says that I'm supposed to, it actually looks at not only my weight and how much water, my age and weight and all that good stuff. It also looks at the temperature outside. Does that really matter, considering I very rarely go outside? Probably not, but it does take that into account. It looks, oh, exercise level, that's the other thing it looks at. I almost did that wrong. I am not pressing towards the white, I'm pressing towards the patterned. And I almost did it backwards. Anyway, so it's pretty cool. It's a nice, neat little app. And it says, at this time of year, I should be drinking 73 ounces of water. Which is a lot, but it is 89 degrees outside. So technically, again, I'm not going outside anytime today. So should I really care? Probably not. Alright, let's see how this came out. At least this one. There are 36 of them after all. They're individuals. Okay, so here we go. Here's what we have. On this side, it's nice. Oops, too far up, sorry. It's nice. Let's see, is it? And the point, hold on, let's do this. Maybe this way. I lined my 1/4 inch line up along the edge of the fabric, and the point, the tip, is correct. So this particular side is correct. This side, if I line my 1/4 inch up with, sorry, hold on a minute. Again, forgot to turn the phone off. There we go. Sorry. I'm not even wearing the watch. It's over there charging. So if I line up my 1/4 inch on the pattern piece, the tip will sort of just barely get cut off. But there's a lot of extra white fabric here that we don't need. Over here, if I line up on the white, nope, so we line up on the dark. That's going to work. And what about this last piece? Again, it's lining up on the dark fabric. So the dark fabric seems to be fine. The white fabric seems to be wonky. And if I place my ruler like this and square up the corner, I've got a lot of extra fabric hanging off. So apparently it is a 4-inch finished square. I talked in part 1 that the directions say that the square is going to be 4 inches, and I wasn't certain if that meant 4 inches finished, which is once it's in the quilt, or 4 inches unfinished, which is where we're at right now. So look at all this extra fabric on the side, on the bottom. That's lining it up right like that. If I turn it this way and line it up on this side, so it looks like we're going to be able to cut this and trim this down to be 4 inches and not have too much of a problem. Let's look at how to do that. So if I move this out of the way, and I put you in front of me so I can see you better, I'm going to square up on the triangle as best I can. Hold it down so it's not going to move. Trim one side. And this is where I wish I had one of those cutting mats that turned. I keep looking at them, and I don't think they're totally necessary until I get something like this, where I'm like, oh, I wish I had one of those. And make sure I kept the edge that I cut lined up. Now move that out of the way. I shifted. Realign everything. Get this out of the way. And our last side. Now remember, you do not have to have a 4.5 inch square ruler for this. You can use any size ruler. Just make sure you square up your piece to 4.5 inches. Look at that. It's not nearly as bad as I've been thinking it was going to be. And the fact that it can be trimmed up means we're going to be good. So back side here, there is no pressing into that center square or rectangle. This is where people are going to sign on this side, obviously. So they're going to sign the fabric or the quilt or whatever you want to call it in this area here. There's lots of fuzzies on it, but all right, let's move you out of the way. We are back here, and we are going to take our single finished square and put it up on the design wall. And yay, we have one. 35 to go. So I think I'm going to press them all from this point and then trim them all down over there. I don't remember how the ears stuck out, whether they did or not. I know they had to have stuck out at some point. I just don't remember which way they stuck out. And I didn't go back and check to see if the corners are going to be at the quarter of an inch or not. Forgot. All right, so with all my complaining, it's not turning out half bad. That square did anyway. I can't guarantee the other 35 are going to, but no, this seam does not want it. So I am having some issues with the pressing. Because there are other seams that I'm pressing to, these are being challenging to do. I'm trying to decide if pressing to the white would be a problem. There's not going to be any signatures there. Nobody's going to be writing on it. I mean, they could. It's not how it's supposed to come out, but again, we talked about doing it with like a preschool class or something like that for their teacher. Kids are going to write wherever they want to write. Walls, floors, ceilings, whatever they can get to. So conceivably, they would have the potential to draw on the square or on the white part. All right, so the ears are kind of hidden, so it's not nearly as bad. Let's see here. So yes, the ears are there. Too far up, there we go. That's the ear. So they're getting tucked away because of the way we're pressing it. So that's going to be a little narrow on the white piece, but not too bad. And this one is black and sparkly gold, and this one is black and sparkly gold. So we definitely don't want them next to each other. Yeah, let's leave them next to each other for the time being, and we'll move them around. Kind of group them with likes. But so, what I was thinking, what I wanted to, the reason I pulled this one out was I was talking about the fact that, like if you let kids sign it and said sign it where it's white, they're going to sign anywhere. And the way that the pattern is set up, yep, it's just that way. There's going to be this area here. And I could see someone writing on that too. And it's, well, I think by preschool they know rectangles and triangles, and you could say sign in the rectangle, that they would get that. No guarantee. So, do I keep pressing towards the dark fabric? I think I'm going to. I think I need to. If I press towards the white, then it would get too bulky and invisible, and it would be too, yeah, no. I mean, actually, we're getting more bulk the way I'm pressing it because there's multiple seams at once. Oops. That one flipped. I'm probably going to go to the white. This is just getting... I'm going to leave the ones that I have the way they are, but the rest of I'm switching it up. I'm not going to fight with all 36 of these. It'll take way too long. Well, 33. Actually, I'm going to sort them here. So I'm going to sort them into color groupings. Black and silver, black and gold, black and gold, black and gold, black and silver, black and gold, black and silver, black and silver, black and gold, gray and gold, gray and silver, gray and silver, gray and silver. Black and gold, gray and silver, gray and gold, gray and gold, black and white, no gold, no sparkles. There we go. So now I'll have them in groups so that I can put them on the wall in color groups. Let's take these off the wall and put them there so that their color group is there. There we go. Lips were getting a little chapped. Don't forget, we still have some non-sparkly ones that got messed up when we did this. So we could always cut some more white and make those into squares. We've got 5 more. Can't just add another row because I could rearrange the squares. Again, my quilt, my choice. I have 36. I could do 12, three quilts with 12 squares each. That's not a bad idea either. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I'm thinking of this for, like I said, if I go back to that thinking of it for a teacher, I guess 36 makes sense because I know I'm not certain how big classrooms are anymore. I thought I remembered hearing somewhere along the lines that there were somewhere in the 30s for kids that are in a classroom. And if this was, say, like we talked about, a wedding. So I don't know if the black would be, well, if that was their color scheme. Especially with the gold and the silver sparkles in it, they could work for a wedding. Then 36 may or may not be enough. In my family, we'd have over 36 people in my mom's side alone. So if we were to do this for a wedding, 36 might not be enough. Actually, you could end up making an entire bed quilt that they could use on a bed. I wouldn't do that. I hate making big quilts. But it's an idea for someone else to expand on this quilt. But now let's say this was being made for a retirement party. Or somebody's moving to a new job, so they're leaving the department. Well, the department may have 36 people in it. It may only have 10. And even like the graduation, you go back to, depends on how big your family is as to how big the graduation's going to be. It looked cleaner when they were pressed the other way, but there's no way. It would take forever. And I would get really bored and annoyed. And I'm already annoyed with this quilt. So anything we can do to keep me from getting even more annoyed with this quilt is a good idea. Last black and gold. Next ones are black and silver. Black and gold goes there. So I'm thinking about changing my live time from starting at 11 to starting at 1. Reason being that it would give me a little more time in the mornings to get prepped and ready to go. Now, I cannot read comments now. FYI, I cannot see your comments now. But if you would put in the comments if 1 o'clock would work, And if you don't care, I guess it doesn't matter anyway. Oh, but you do need to like or follow, subscribe, reminders, all of those things, whatever it is that you need to do, so that I can start getting credit for people watching and doing stuff. Even if you watch this when it's not live, if you just pull it up later on, which I know some of you do, which is great, phenomenal, amazing. But in order for the streaming services to understand that I am a nice person to watch, I need you guys to like things and to click on the likes and the loves and the follows and the subscribes and all of that good stuff. That way the streaming services know that I'm an okay person to watch and let other people watch. And then, like I said, I'm thinking starting at 1 instead of 11. That would give me a little more time in the mornings. And we are, like I said, I mentioned earlier, this is my last Thursday. Unless we run into something that needs 3 parts to it. This is going to be my last Thursday live stream. I'm going to only do Mondays and Tuesdays from now on. And that way I can put together some other stuff which is shorter. It's not live. It's videos of other things that I've done. And that'll give me time to do some video editing, which I'm not very good at. So it takes me a while. I spent quite a few hours yesterday working on just one video, and it's still not done. That was way too much starch, just FYI. A little spray is all you need. I had already done a couple of them that were black and silver, but this is the last black and silver again now. The majority of the ones that I have are black and gold. In the whole scheme of things, I think I have more of those than I have of any other block or block color combo. Okay, gray and gold. Moving on to gray and gold. It was funny. One of the channels we watch on YouTube is a couple that goes camping. It's what they do. They go camping. And they talked about something about the fact that you didn't see the video if for like 3-4 months, something like that. And I'm like, why in the world does it take 3 to 4 months for them to post a video? Well, and they said, it takes editing. I now understand. Because like I said, the one video I've got, I think I started with 4 hours of recording. And in addition to the fact that I have the you see what you see, I actually have 4 cameras worth of video. They all link together. It's that part's not too bad. But trying to cut it down to 20 minutes takes a long time. And so now it makes sense to me why it would take 5 months for them to put out one video. Now we're on gray and silver. Tomorrow I'm going out to lunch. I don't know if I should call it a lunch or not, now that I say that out loud. Bunch of the girls in the neighborhood, we're all going to go. And one of the girls has been wanting to go to Art Smith's Homecoming, which is a restaurant on Disney property. And it's really good. So she got a reservation for 3:15 in the afternoon. Not certain if I'd call that lunch. I think it's still within what the restaurant calls lunch. I don't know if I'd call it lunch. Could be lunch, could be late lunch, early dinner. Not certain which way to think about that. So I'm trying to decide what I want to eat. Don't get me wrong. Their fried chicken is really, really good. Sorry. Somebody driving really fast down the street. Fried chicken's really good. But I love all their sides, and they have an option on the menu. It's an actual menu item where you can choose 3 sides as your main course. So all you do is eat side dishes. And I do like that. Trying to decide what it is I'm going to get for lunch or dinner or whatever you want to call it. My sister and I came up with something called Lupper. Lunch and supper. So instead of brunch, which is breakfast and lunch, you've got flupper. And that was before we found out that in some places things are called, some people use the word lunch or supper, some people use the word dinner. Steve tried to explain to me that there is a distinction. I want to say, he told me supper was before 6 and dinner was after 6 or something to that effect. Not certain what the official rule is. I'm sure I could look it up on Google or whatever search engine I want to use, and they would explain to me all the different meanings. Which would then probably tell me that a meal at 3:15 in the afternoon is whatever. I think we're about halfway through. I don't remember when we started this activity. We're getting there. And now I'm starting to question whether we're going to be able to get all the steps done or not. Because we still have to lay these all out, put them up on the wall, well, put them on the wall by laying them out, and determine what order they need to go in, sew them together, cut the border, add the border, cut the batting, cut the backing, make the sandwich, binding, can't forget binding. Actually, I'm wondering, would this be a good quilt that would qualify to have, instead of a bound edge, to do the sandwich and then flip it out? Because of the type of quilt it is, Well, either way, I'm thinking, because we still have to square up all of those. And getting these all squared up is going to take a while. And if I try and rush it, I'll slip and then I won't have a 4-inch square, which won't make me happy. other option, instead of starting at 1, I could end at 1, which means I'd have to start at 9. When would I have my groceries delivered? No, I think starting at 1 is a better idea than ending at 1. Or 12. Start at 12. Gray and silver. Really need to remember to move that cord. It's uncomfortable. Oh, we're on black with no sparkles, so we're finished with all the sparkly stuff now. Black and gold, black and silver. Gray and gold. Gray and silver. So I'm going to be cutting over here, so I'm going to see. Let's see. Can I, oh. Yes, I'm tired of pressing. I wanted to do something different, so I'm moving the camera around instead. There we go. That'll work. Alright. Now we're set there for when I start squaring them up. Back to pressing. Back to pressing. It sounded like I said depressing. That's funny. I'm not depressed. I'm just tired of pressing. I hear a cat. She's just passing through. She's not actually coming into the room. Right, black and white. Ooh. That didn't work. Fabric stuck. I know I have more black than gray. I know that. Because that's just the way it came in the fat quarter, or not fat quarter, charm pack. We are on to the gray end. That is the last of them. We are almost done with pressing. Yes! I would not have made a good 50s housewife. I would not have been able to sit there and press all that stuff. There's that stack there. And the phone's ringing again. But it's fully charged, so I can put it on now. Then if it rings again, I don't have to ignore it or reach for it. It's just going to be here. Come on. Right. Gray. That's better. Oh, by the way, these now have ears because of the way I'm pressing them. I'll show you when we get to the cutting. I know, just get it done. They're so close. 2 left, last 2. Here a kitty again. Just don't know which one because I can't see it. This one I sewed on poorly. I gotta show you this. Yep, there we are. So the tip of this triangle and the tip of this triangle should be lined up so that I can get a square. They are almost completely off. That's hilarious. I wonder if this, I don't even know if this one's going to work. I obviously wasn't paying very close attention on this one. Couldn't remember if I switched the camera back. Okay. Whew. Done pressing. I'm going to start with this one, just because I'm really curious as to whether it's going to work or not. I might be able to get this to work. So I've got it lined up on the fabric down there, and it's lined up on the fabric up here, and then there's still a little bit over here, and there's quite a bit over here. If I move it over a little bit, don't get me wrong, the 45-degree line on the ruler is nowhere near correct, because it should go right through. If this was right, the 45-degree line would go right through the center of the white fabric, but it's not. And that turned out just fine. All right, so we have 2 hours left. Let's let's just see how far we're going to get. Wow, this one's really off. So if I lined it up so that it's even on that side, I'm almost a full 1/4 of an inch off on this side. So I'm going to set this block aside because that one's not going to be salvageable. I have 6 different fabrics or color schemes of fabrics. I could just do a small 12 by 12 or 4 by 3 to get 12, or I could, and that would be 2 of each color scheme. That might be a way to do this. Okay, let's see. Get that one. Let's do this. Let's do this. Does this work? Can I make this work? Yeah. Barely. Okay. Oh, and here, because we did press towards the triangle, now we get the little ears. I said I'd show you that. I forgot. Alright, so now I have 2. Oops. Those. Which pattern do I like the best out of these? I like that one. Not as crazy about that. I like that. That would be a duplicate. Alright, let's go with these 2. Can I make these 2 work? That's going to be an issue. Let's see here. It'll work. It'll be tight, but it'll work. Okay. Here's another one. What about this one? Can we make it work? Doesn't look like it. No, we're 1/8 of an inch off on that, so that's not going to work. Alright, this one will work. Oops, careful. That's too big. That's going to be for 16, not 12. 3 across, 4 down. All right, now this stack. I like that. I used that in the silver, and I guess I'm going to use it in the gold. No, I didn't use this in the silver. I used the other one. They're very similar, though. We'll use that. If I can. That one might not be salvageable either. Nope, that one's not gonna salvageable. That's not gonna work. I really like this fabric. Please let this one work. Oh, excellent. Barely, but it will. That wasn't very safe, just FYI. Second gold one. All right, there we go. Takes care of the grays. Now, I didn't have that anywhere. I love that pattern, but I already used it. Let's see if I have that one. Alright, so which one? Since I'm already using that, I'm going to say no to this. And I say that, and I don't know yet if they're going to cut correctly or not, but yes, this one will work. question becomes, do I use this? It is really close. That's almost 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to try. I really like that fabric. I'm going to try. That one I don't have anywhere else. How many of these do I have? I have 2 of these. Both the gray ones. How many of these do I have? I have one with black and gold. Well, those are my only options. Can I use this one, or do I need to pull the other one out? Because this one looks pretty wonky. Yeah, that's not going to work. Where's the other copy? There it is. Oh, great. This one will work. Excellent. I know, not supposed to be messing with this right now. Stop. Just stop. All right. And last but not least, the black with no sparkles. Used that in gray, didn't I? No, I didn't, because I couldn't. All right, here we go. Wow, I am a popular person today. My phone never rings this much. Now, can I use it here? Gonna be tight. it straight. There we go. Oh, I did use it there. Okay. There we go. We're back. Get that out of the way. Garbage can. Excellent. Now, to figure out how to arrange them. Gray, no sparkles. So this needs to be a black sparkle, and it is. I like that. And that's got the flowers on it, that doesn't. I like those two together. That's good. And we're going up, so now we need one that goes. Let's put this one in the middle. And that goes that way. There we go. And now, black with sparkles, gold sparkles. There's flowers next to each other. Not certain I like that, but we're gonna keep it for the time being. So this should be a gray with a sparkle, which it is, but I'd rather it had a pattern. So where's the gray? That doesn't have one. Let's do this. All right. I would prefer to have black there. That works. And then the gray with nothing can go there. No sparkle, I should say. It's not that it has nothing, it just doesn't have any sparkle. So, gray, I need a black, plain. That works. And a gray with a sparkle. Let's do that one. And then black with a sparkle goes there. Gray with a sparkle goes here. Black with no sparkle, and a gray with a sparkle. All right, I'm gonna step back and look. That actually gives more space for messages and signing and things like that because there's points where the squares all match. I like it. And it's not nearly the size, oh, excuse me, it's not the size that the original pattern called for. Because again, I'm not happy with the way the pattern works. Said it multiple times. I guess I don't need to beat a dead horse, but just not my favorite pattern because I don't like not having things sized consistently. But, so this is what we're going to go with. And we're going to do 12. And I think I am going to do the thing where we flip it inside out instead of binding. I think that's actually gonna look appropriate for this particular quilt. So all these squares, yeah, that's where they're going. I'm not keeping them around. They'll just drive me crazy because I want to try and do something with them, and no, not worth it. All right, sew these together. That's what we need to do. Row 1 and a marker. Row 2. Row 3. And row 4. Yep. Switch you all over to the sewing machine. Can't forget that. There you go. Alright, so I'm chain piecing. You can't completely see where I've got it all set to the side. So I've got row 1, row 2, and then 3 and 4 you can't even see my hand. But they're all right here. I've got my marker. So it's here, and it's on row 1, which is where I'm starting. I'm going to move my marker to row 2, pick up piece number 1 and piece number 2 without messing up the directions they're facing, and then put them together. And square it up as true as I can. I've said before, I'll say it again, if you want to use pins, go for it. When I first started quilting, I always pinned everything to high heaven. So feel free to use pins. All right, so here we have a piece of, or a seam, so a piece of thread that's been sewn in. It goes this way, and we have another piece that goes from here that way. So we have an X right here. In order for everything to look as best that it can, or the best that it can, we want to sew right through that X. And hopefully the other side has the same X in the same spot. Okay, so now I pick up my marker, and I move it from row 2 to row 3, piece number 1 of row 2, piece number 2 of row 2. No twisting, no turning, no any manipulating of any kind. Flip it directly over and true it up so you've got your corners, edges, because these things should go right on top of each other since we cut them all down to the exact same size. If you don't have one of these snazzy little gadgets, get yourself go to a meal at an Asian restaurant and grab an extra pair of chopsticks. They work just as well. Marker. Move to row number 4. Block 1 of 3. Block 2 of row 3. Right next to each other, no twisting, no turning. Flip it over. True it up to all the sides. All right, marker. Moving to row 1. Piece 1 of row 4. Piece 2 of row 4. No twisting, no turning. Flip it over. True up all the sides. Since we only have 4 rows, we've completed the first step. Open up row 1, pick up the marker, move it to row 2, take the piece of fabric, do not twist, do not turn. Flip it over the top. Make sure the 3 sides that you can are all trued up and square. Now we deal with, when we chain piece like this, we deal with the problem of gravity. Gravity wants to pull these pieces down, and that turns this and gets it so it's not going straight. I try and keep them up if I can. Keep it on the table a little bit. I have room. If you've only got the base of your machine, it becomes even more challenging. So just be careful, take it slow, make sure your piece doesn't turn while you're sewing it. Okay, so now we've got row 2. Marker to row 3, piece from row 2. Don't twist, don't turn. Just move. Ah. There we go. Fold it over. Make sure all 3 sides are straight. Gravity's trying to get in my way. I'm not gonna let it. Okay, row 3. Marker. Straight over. Flip it. Square it up. All right, now this was one of them that I pressed towards the dark fabric instead of to the white fabric. So this piece is sitting differently. I want to make sure I get it all in the seam. Come on. All right. And marker gets set off to the side. Piece comes straight over and face to face. Square it up. And at this point in some videos, you would see them immediately go and finger press the seams and then do the row 1 to row 2 right away. I don't like to do that. I like to have my seams pressed, really pressed, before I go on and join the rows together. I'm sure it's just me being fussy. But it makes me happy. All right. Oh, I forgot to do the tails. There we go. And now remember, you need to press back and forth so that they're going to nest. You want your seams to nest. So this first one, I'm going to press up. Next one, I'm going to press down. Up. Let's just follow the same for the next seams. So now we're over here and we're going up. Here we're going down. Here we press up. Here we press down. Okay. That, and then that was a lot of stuff. I think I went a little overboard. Okay, let's come over here. And do this. Okay, so here we have our seam pressed down, and here our seam is pressed up. And I need a pin. And this is one of the few places I still use pins. I do use pins to match up my seams. So I take them, the fabric, right sides together, and I take my seam, again, fabric's pressed this way, fabric's pressed this way. They're going in opposite directions. And since I've starched, I've got that seam nicely pressed, they just like lock into each other. And then I pin it. And then we go here. And again, they lock into each other. Put a pin here. And I'm going to turn this around. And I'm going to do these. Exact same situation. Match them up, butt them up together. Pin them. And we've got this other one here. And we do that. All right, and I'm only going to do those two. And we will do the last seam at the machine. Since we've already got everything pressed, we could do it, but I'm not going to deal with it right now. I'm going to get those other two seams done first, and then I'll do that third one. Oops. fabric's trying to sneak up on the presser foot. Can't have that. There we go. That is correct. All right. That seam's trying to come up above the presser foot again. Ooh, this one, I went too far. I didn't catch it fast enough. Let's see. Can I get that off of there? Come on. Underneath the presser foot. There we go. Wasn't paying attention. Need to pay better attention to what I'm doing. Again. Come on. There we go. And now, since this last seam doesn't intersect with those other two, I don't care that I haven't pressed those other two yet, because I have pressed the seams that matter, which are the ones on the side. So, matching up, butting up our seam. This one. around we go. Come over here. And that one. Yes, that one. All right. Let's trim off our fabric. Something fun just dawned on me that could be interesting. I mentioned doing this for a teacher and having, like a preschool teacher, and having all the kids that just learned how to sign their name, write their name. It could also be fun if you have your child sign it on their birthday every year. I know once I got into high school, my signature was pretty much what it is today. There's still, I've noticed some minor differences when I look at things that I wrote back then and things that I do now. There's some minor differences in the way I write, but definitely when they're learning. So when they're tiny, say, you know, whenever you can put a pen in and they can start to understand what a pen is and how to use it without eating it. That could be fun too. That could be a fun use of this particular pattern. Got the center part done. Now borders. There was a border on this quilt, and I think it does still need borders. I would not end the quilt here. It needs something else on it. And what does this call for? I don't remember what I was supposed to cut. The border was supposed to be 3 inches wide. I don't think we need 3 inches. But I do need paper to write on. So it was going to be 36 inches. It was going to be 6 times 4. So it was going to be 24 inches. No, that's not right because it was only going to be 3.5. 6 times 3.5. I gotta do it the other way. 3.5 times 6. 18, 19, 20, 21. So it's going to be 21 inches wide. And that was going to be 3. Now it's going to be, the heck with it. I'm going with 1.5 inches. I'm just going to go with 1.5 inches. And we need how many inches? It is now 12.5 inches by 16.5 inches. So that's 25 inches. And 16 plus 16 is 32, so it's 33 inches. 8, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to need 2 strips in order to get the border out of here. Yes, 2 strips will work. Put this over here. Oh, and do you need to go running out to the store and buy a design wall? No. You can go to the dollar store and buy a outdoor tablecloth that has the flannel on the back, or fleece, or whatever this fluffy stuff is, on the back, and hang it on your wall, and that takes care of that. They do also sell them where it's a piece of this stuff wrapped around PVC pipe so that you can take it apart and put it back together. I don't know how the wrapping works. If you are handy and you can put PVC together, you make your own, and then that way it can stand in the middle of the room if you don't have any wall space to deal with. I like my wall. I would actually go so far as to say I love my wall, but it's up to you. Okay, I need 2 1.5 inch strips to come out of here, which means I need a total of 3 inches. And since this fabric has never been torn, I don't even know why I bought it. It's really pretty. I just don't have a clue why I bought it. So 2, 3. I need 3 inches. That's what I need to end up with. And since I've never torn it before, I don't know how bad it's going to be off grain. I'm going to add 2 more inches. Let's look. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. That figures. If I hadn't torn the 2 inches extra, it would have been totally wonky. But because I did, it's not too bad. There we go. I'm going to use this for the backing too. Go there in a minute after we get the border on. And this is one where the thread loops. It goes up once and then back. So hopefully these two pieces of thread, yep, will come off without a problem. Lined up on the tear. Now when you're doing this, you want to try and line up the side of the fabric that you tore towards you. That way you can see it and make sure that it's actually staying straight as you're pressing it. So if you can leave the extra fabric hanging over the back of your ironing board, that would be better. And that way you can line up your torn edge and you make sure that your fabric grain is straight. Now, oh, if you come from the world of pre-washing fabric, if you believe that pre-washing your fabric is a good idea, you need to make sure to use starch at this point because you want to get the stiffness back into the fabric that you've washed out when you did the pre-wash. Fold it a second time. Again, keeping the torn edge as straight as you can. Okay. Now we have our nicely folded fabric. Where's my big ruler? And I've mentioned before, it's worth saying, this is the ruler I use most of the time. It's 4 inches by 14 inches. It's perfect for double folded fabric. And it's not too big. Because the other one I have, I'd have to do this way, and if you do if you only fold your fabric once instead of twice like I did, then you're going to want to go this way. I prefer, with my height, I prefer to do it this way. I'm lining it up on the fold so that it's going to be square. There we go. And get this stuff out of the way. Whoops. Put it back where it was. I want you to see. So I have a straight edge along here where I cut the fabric. And it's square to the fold. And I know that the fold is on grain because we did the tear thing. And you'll see the printed pattern is not on grain. It changes as you go along. So don't go, even if there's a pattern printed, if you want to stay on grain, You want to make sure you follow along. So let's see, how many inches? 1, 2, 3. I can pull off. I'm going to do 2-inch borders instead of 1.5. I have enough fabric for it. Why not? So I'm lining up on the cut edge, and I'm making sure it's squared on the fold also. Doing the same thing a second time to get my second border. And then see, this is where the fold, where the tear technique shows you what happens. Where the fabric was cut at was not on grain. All right, back to that view. Excellent. And now I'm going to do this a way that you probably haven't seen me do before. In fact, you can't have because I haven't done it on video. I'm going to take my strip and I'm going to match it up. I'm not going to pre-cut my borders. And because I want to have as much left over as possible so that I can do the other borders as I need to, I'm going to try and square it up with the selvage as best I can. But I'm not going to cut off the selvage. I'm just going to leave it right where it's at. And I'm going to use this as my feeder fabric. And I forgot to turn off that fix, but oh well. You want to make sure that your border and your pieced top are as even as you can. Keeping everything straight. Way. I'm going to do the same thing here. Line it up. we have borders on either side. Take the scissors and cut out a ways. Don't cut right up against the quilt. So, here, I'll show you in a minute. There we go. All right, so there's the quilt. There's the piece, or the top we pieced. I'm going to go out a bit. So I've got some extra space. I'm going to take my other two pieces and take them back over to the sewing machine because we're going to need them in a minute. But now we're going to press the border, and we're going to press to the border. Take our ruler, and I'm going to use it this way because I want to be able to get this seam in my edge also. So I'm lining it up with the edge of the cut edge of the fabric, and I'm lining up along the seam that I just sewed and there. So I'm getting it nice and square. So cut edge there, along the seam I just sewed, and then I make sure it lines up. And we're even. I find that it's easier to do borders this way. It allows you to, instead of trying to cut it to the right length and then fit the pieces in, because sometimes things shift when they're under the machine. it's going to happen. You have no choice in the matter. So you might as well go with it. All right, so now we have the rest of our fabric. Sorry, I'm going to put my pins away before they spill all over the place. And don't forget, you still have salvage on one edge, so don't sew the salvage into your border. Not certain what to do with those, even with the other pieces. Eat that in a minute. Press. the borders. With this black fabric, this is a little more challenging. Just an FYI. Because where the two borders join together, it's like almost impossible to see which one is where to get that straight line for the seam. I want to go this way. All right, so we have our top pieced. I like the way that came out. And now tape measure. $15 3/4. Yes. 15 3/4. By 19 3/4. Oh, that makes sense. I cut my borders 2 inches wide, which means they're going to come out to 1 3/4. They'll finish at 1 1/2. I forgot to add my seam allowance in. 19 3/4. I was wondering where the 3/4 was coming from, but now I get it. Yep, 19. Oh, and you'll notice I'm measuring in 3 different spots. You want to make sure you're even all the way along. All right, so 19 3/4, 15 3/4. Get things out of the way here. So 16 inches. And I am going to tear at 16 because the other end is already torn. So I know I'm not going to lose anything after I tear it. But I want to have that extra 1/4 inch so that I can cut off so that the torn edges aren't part of the quilt. So 16 inches, and then I want 20 inches. And at this point I'm going to do something I very rarely do, but for this purpose it works. I'm going to cut off my salvages first, or my one salvage side over here. Throw that in the garbage. And then I'm going to turn my fabric. And I'm going to use the measurements on my cutting board. Very rarely do I do this. The only reason I'm doing it is because I don't feel like pulling out a second ruler. And 20 inches isn't that far. So I'm lining up my ruler with my 20-inch mark on the cutting board, and I've got my fabric lined up on the edge. This can be used probably for a Halloween project, because I have those coming up. There's that. Let's make sure it fits. Yep, it's just about exact. Just a little bit longer. So that's going to be our backing. And now we need batting. Is this a good size? Yes, this will work. Excellent. Fold it in half. And that is an edge that I cut once already, so that's good. Line that up with the cutting board. And go 16. There. Now fold it this way. And I'm lining it up on the line over there. I'm taking my ruler and I'm lining it up on the 20-inch mark. This can be used for purse straps. So we save that. Even though it's small, it can have a purpose. Okay, let's see here. What's the best way to set up this shot? So that you can see and understand what it is I am doing. Let's do this a little bit. Now you can see everything. Yes, you can. Excellent. Okay, So the first thing I'm going to do is put my batting down. And then I am going to put my backing on top of it, right side up. I'm going to try and get backing. Backing is a little bit wider than the batting, which is fine. And then smooth it all out. Nice and pretty. And now I'm taking my pieced top and turning it upside down on top of the batting and the backing, and then centering it as well as I can. All right, to the sewing machine now. In order to make sure that I don't have any problems while I'm doing this, I'm going to switch to my walking foot. And I am also going to switch to a quilting needle. And where is, oops, I forgot my thread. And I'm going to switch to 50 weight standard thread in black. And I'm going to put my stitch length up to 3.5. So whole bunches of things are changing here. There. Now this wasn't a big project, but it did have some really thick points, so I'm going to throw the needle away. A lot of times I will use the needle for 2 projects, especially considering I typically do very small projects. I do not like big projects at all. So normally I will use a needle for 2 projects, but this one I think was pretty labor intensive for that poor little needle. And it doesn't need to be. The reason you replace the needle is because you want the point to be sharp. And when the point's sharp, it goes through the fabric better, and you get a better looking stitch. Which really doesn't matter as much because you're piecing, but it doesn't tear your fabric. It's just overall a good idea. To keep a fresh needle, or to use a new needle on every project. But like I said, I'll usually go 2. check out. Okay. There we go. So we are all set. And we're going to leave an opening so that we can turn this quilt later. So the fix that I keep using that I didn't want to use, I actually want to use now. So you want, if you don't have the ability, if your machine doesn't do it automatically, you want to stitch forward 3, back 3, and forward 3. My machine does the tacking automatically. And we're going to do a 1/4 of an inch seam based on the quilt top. Don't worry about the backing or the batting. We're just going to do a 1/4 inch seam. So when you get to a corner, you want to stitch to within a 1/4 of an inch. My foot has a red line on it, so I know where that 1/4 inch is. Turn, and you keep going. So this seam does not want to lay correctly, so I am forcing it to lay down so that I can sew over it. And now it will forever stay that way. And I just put the knot in at the end. Again, if your machine doesn't automatically do it, you're going to forward stitch 3, backward stitch 3, forward stitch 3. Okay, let's go back over here and go over to here. All right. So I cut the batting and backing fabric almost to the right size with just a little bit of leeway. On most patterns, you're going to see them give you 2 inches on either side. I hate wasting batting and backing, so I'm okay with what I did. If you were afraid that you might not have things centered quite right, you would want to have made sure to have cut the batting and backing bigger. Now I'm going to trim down the edges and the corners. So first of all, corners. You do this whenever you're going to turn something inside out or right side out. You want to trim the corner. So you've got the corner there. You want to trim all the way to the thread, but not cutting the thread. It's a tightrope, I guarantee you. I cannot tell you how many times I have actually cut the thread. So, as close as you can without cutting the thread. That way you're going to get 4 sharp corners. Oh, and by the way, always leave your opening on a side. Don't leave it on a corner. You want to make sure you can cut these corners. Okay. I have a lot of fabric on this side, so I'm going to trim this down. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it this way so that I can see where I'm cutting. And if you're more comfortable, use your rotary cutter and ruler and cut this 1/4 of an inch. I'm actually making it more like 1/8 of an inch, and I'm going to trim around all the sides. But that's just me. Oh, and I know what I forgot to do on this. Oh well, it's too late now. What I was supposed to do here was stitch in and then stitch there, and then when I got to the end, then stitch out, so that I've got some an anchor for my stitching so that it lays better, but I forgot. All right, let's see. Now here. There's parts of this side where the batting was narrow anyway. My last side here. Goes in the garbage can. And I'm going to trim in my opening here. I'm going to trim my batting to my stitch. And this is where that line I talked about would have come in handy. And trim to the stitch. Now just trim it off a little bit. Try and get it to the stitch line. It'll make the tacking it down or sewing it down, closing the opening easier if you get rid of that little bit. It's just a little bit of batting. If you get rid of that, it makes your stitching or closing easier. Okay. Pull the quilt through. And this is why you had to do the tack on your stitches, because otherwise your seams would be coming apart by now. And turn the quilt right side out. We find our corners. Press that out. If you're so inclined, you can also use your chopstick there to push it out to give yourself a sharp point. Here. Out our point and our fourth corner here. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Voila. And we now have a nice turned out quilt. All right. I am going to go to the iron and press this. And I'm going to start on the side that doesn't have the opening. I want to start over there. My thread box is in my way. There we go. So I'm starting on the edge that doesn't have the opening so that we can get it pressed around. And then when we get to the opening, we'll be able to press it and it'll lay nice. Iron's not warm yet. You also want to try and make sure that the pieced top it sits over it a little bit. It's not as big of a deal in this case because we used the same fabric for the backing and the border. But if you do have different colored backing and border, and you're using this technique instead of a binding technique, you want to try and ensure that you have the front of the quilt exposed on the front of the quilt and the back, and that it kind of goes around to the back of the quilt a little bit. Yes, I know I pressed this side already. I'm pressing it again because the iron is now finally warmed up to the point that it's pressing correctly. And now I'm doing it with the quilt over there because I want to go this way. This is the edge that's got my opening on it, so I want to press that way so that I press towards the opening. so now in the opening, I have to turn under 1/4 of an inch on both pieces of fabric. That's why we got rid of the batting in the area, because the batting would have made this much more difficult to do. So I usually fold my backing fabric over the top of the batting, and then the top fabric just gets folded in on itself. Make sure you press it nice and sharp. If you can, try and keep the top fabric over the back fabric. So just like I was talking around the edges, you want to try and do the same thing at the open spot. Let's go to the sewing machine. And now I'm going to do the opening first. So when I pressed it, I pressed the other side first. When I do the sewing, I want to get the opening sewn up first. And you could do this top stitch 1/4 of an inch, but I'd recommend doing 1/8 of an inch. That way you're certain to get the fabric in the opening, because sometimes the fabric in the opening slips. It doesn't stay as straight as you want it to. So we're leaving the walking foot on. On my walking foot, I know that the one toe is 1/4 of an inch wide, so I am stitching with my fabric against that butted up edge, or the edge of my toe. And that way I know I'm doing 1/8 of an inch. I'm still at 3.5 length because I want it to be a longer stitch. And here we have it, a finished album quilt. I will need to put some additional quilting on this because the batting that I used requires that you have no more than 8 inches between the batting. So I'm going to do a little more quilting. I'm going to do the border and then probably the diamonds, stitch in the ditch around the diamonds, just something simple like that. You definitely don't want to stitch in the white area of this quilt because that's the part where people will be signing and putting things on. Especially the way we made it, there's actually some bigger areas that they can put little messages or something like that. I think this would be cute for a graduate. Wow, screen froze. That's interesting. Right when my watch beeped to tell me it was time to stop. All right, so hopefully you can all still hear me, even though the screen, well, I know you can because it's the camera that did the problem, not the microphone. But we will be back next week to do the bench pillow of the, for all seasons, so for the season. And I will see you all